Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What is up? Oh. Corrado, hello, hello. How goes it? I don't have all my lights on today because my power's like half out. Half of the power is out in my house. Which means that I'm running like extension cables from the other end of the house down to this end. So I don't have enough plugs to do all my lights and shit. You know how it goes. You guys know how it is. Living where I do. Rightio, let's get started. Michael, thanks for your amazing work. You're the best. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the kind words. I also need to watch my internet at the moment because we just had a storm, so it's a bit wonky. Bit winky, but anyway, let's open up our project. That's good. That is good. How's the water? I can't remember. How was the water last time we looked at it? I'm from Queensland. Isn't it late? Or is Queensland? I guess it depends on what side, right? Whether it's the same as like Melbourne, Sydney time. As I was saying on Niagara, yeah, that's right, that's right. That is right. We were doing the Niagara side of the things. So. Oh, right, it's 11:30. Okay, it's midnight. Midnight 30? 12:34. Yeah. Okay, let's freaking see. How am I gonna do this? Where is 0, 0? Right here. I might just extend this to world origin for a bit of a laugh. Little bit of a laugh. So dumb. Alright, now we're talking. It's so cursed. Stephen, hello, hello. I'm busy adding single layer water to my project. What's the best way to change the physics behavior of objects below the surface? Ah, you've come to the right place. Depends what you mean by the physics, and it also depends how like wavy is the water, how much like animation are you doing on your waves and stuff. Because if it's completely flat, it's a lot easier. Because you know, you can just put an overlap box and be like, oh, when the thing goes under the surface, then we start pushing it up. And that's, you know, that's as simple as it needs to be. But then when you start getting into this kind of territory, where you've got these big animated waves and stuff, then it can get a bit more dicier. A bit more diocese. 11:30 a.m. You live in the Atlantic Ocean. Don't we all? How did some of them get missed? Like, oh no. What's the... Oh, that would be the, specular and stuff. Yeah. Whirlpools. Technically... Technically possible. Actually, you know what? Okay, let's take a tiny detour. Yeah, we could use the shoreline, shore waves. Fuck, that's an idea. That is an idea. Let me just get just a little thing. I'll grab one of these actually. It is one of the ideas of all time, that is correct. I mean, if I just got this and said to it, draw... What does it use again? This whirlpool-y thinger? We just said, instead of going to the base color, we will do... It would need to be a certain distance, wouldn't it? But we just get the same thing. Maybe without the custom rotator. And then we would do... I don't think you can do normal... I can just try this. Well, minus the Mult3 add 05. We would just get this. And then lerp it using this towards... Oh, no, that would... Oh, no, that would be fine. Towards 0, 0, 1. That goes into the normals. That would need to append 0. I don't see why this wouldn't work, now that I think about it. Because, yeah, we could just say the shore direction is... I need to make sure it's actually in the RVT volume bounds. I can see something moving. I see something moving. I can see it doing a thing. Hold on. How would this need to be? It's definitely possible. 100% possible. I think that's the wrong way. Why is it masked out in the middle? It should be... Let me just test what it is. Printing. Oh. I'm just dumb. As usual. As usual. Oh, right, because I won minus it here. Alright. Ignore that. How would we get this going spirally? Why do we get that pole pattern? This should just work with... Yeah. That would be doable, but... I'm just trying to figure out why it does this around... like, world origin, right? See how it's like got this almost like magnetic field look to it? So this would be our Whirlpool. Oh, but that's all gone negative. So what is it doing? There's some sort of flip-flop that needs to happen. Because, like, text coordinates isn't world coordinates. There has to be, like, some kind of inversion. I don't know, I can't figure it out right now, but... technically possible, yes. Let me just also, just for testing, get the RVT volume. Just make them friggin' huge ass. Huge ass. Add another 0. Yeah, frick it, why not? Okay, maybe not another 0. Maybe just like go up to that. Cool. I might also, just while doing like a single plane test, change this to not be in the vertex shader. Just the foam mask. The rest of it can be, but Redbeard looks great. Thank you, thank you. Ahmad. Thanks for your work, especially for the advanced animation application. Have you worked on scaling mesh turret or any similar systems? I haven't specifically, but I imagine you would end up using a lot of the same stuff as, like, you know, getting characters to look in a certain direction and whatnot. Wait, why is that still... Right, because of the normals, the normals. You silly boy. Couldn't figure out a way to do the water simulation. It's, I mean, I'm not going to say it's simple, but it is probably simpler than most people think. Alright, why is that still so vertex bound? Oh, because you then go down into the... Why do I even... What is wrong with me? This will be a 5-minute material explanation at some point on how the diversion works. Yeah, I will do a whole video on this ocean. Yeah, okay, see this. Oh, wow. What's that a result of? Is that just because it's diagonal, or is that because it's far away? Do you have a HLSL background or at least use HLSL by any chance? No, I don't know any HLSL. I don't know any written coding languages, full stop. Yeah, I'm a bit uncultured when it comes to that kind of thing. Ah, that might be a resolution issue then. Because that looks fine, right? But why is it when we're all the way back out there that it turns to shit? I mean, I guess the other difference is that, yeah, this one is... That should be working, though. Actually, it's simple enough. Just write the right things to get what you want. Same as any other language. Yeah. Yeah, I get it. It all makes sense now. So obviously I'm doing something wrong in our thinger. I just want to fix this before we get into the Niagara stuff. Because again, the direction is incorrect, and this would also be why the thinger wasn't happy. Nice banding. Yeah, the reason this distortion is happening is, like you can see here, I mean, it's not perfectly fine, but it's decent. You know, they're all going the right way, doing their stuff. Probably turn that down a lot. I've also got a lot of banding happening. Oh, I guess that's just so we don't have, yeah, whatever. Yeah, so you can see the distortion happens further from world origin. Till it looks like this. Short gradient RBT. So we get the direction and normalize it and then dot that against that to get our gradient. Oh shit, where are I? Alright, because that's a 3. That is a... Oh, that should be a scalar, right? Oh no, because it's then dotted to give us our gradient. Right, I remember now. We've been through this before. So we dot that to get a gradient that our sine wave does. That it does do. In the case of our shoreline, literally all we need is the direction gradient length. And that would be our thinger. So if I do this, then our shore might look... Well, it has to be... Oh, God. Aside from it all going backwards, this is correct. Now, yeah, it's just all backwards. So I just need to just like negative length. No, that isn't. That's not. That is not the answer. The other thing is that these will get faster and faster as they get towards the more... Well, sorry, they'll become... No, that, again, that's going to give us the... Oh, so yeah, all the waves are inverted now. Well, now they are the right shape, but they're still going the wrong way. What happened to your hair? I had a shower. It's this weird thing that people do sometimes. Yeah, I had a shower and I washed my hair, and it was great. So this is supposed to be the shore here. But because... Yes, right. Dot product world position, blah, blah, blah. Which then gives us our waves like this. Although usually our thing is going the other way. But it's obviously incorrect because we're using world position dot product. Which is fine for like the unidirectionality stuff, but we want to use our shoreline as that gradient. And I'm pretty sure we just need, so I've got the direction gradient, which gets normalized. That's just an RG. And then we're multiplying it by this length. So if I got, well, yeah, no, the length of the gradient multiplied by thingo. And then that just goes into there. Then we are, well, to some degree, back on track. It's just everything's backwards now. Or not even, maybe. And then this is... Again, we get weirdness at the shore. But is that... Like, what's this trying to do? What is it doing? We can still normalize it. Hum, 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 hum. Yo, Jed, how's it going? Hello, hello. How this problem have a hacky fix? I'm all ears. They call me the ears man. Is it to just give up? Because that's what I was thinking. Is this just like an sRGB issue? We're gonna assign in one of the channels in base color to draw mat. Mask it out. Ah, oh yeah, no. I mean for this effect, yeah, like sorry, this artifact. Yeah, like that's pretty much what I'll do. I can probably just use the existing gradient and use that to do a sign like this, like that. But I'm just trying to figure out why it's like slowing down here and then speeding up. It's like it needs to be normalized, or it's just going the wrong... It's like... you know what I mean? It's just because how these Gerstner waves function. Like, yeah, it's just a fucking nightmare. So this is where our cosine waves and sine wave get done. So this is the gradient. So if I just said, right, if I just said get world position R multiplied by the wavelength of each wave. Oh, sorry, 2 pi divided by this, and put that into here, then we should just get waves that are all going in the x direction. Yeah. Because we've essentially created a gradient from, you know, world origin x, and for every 1 centimeter, we go 1, you know, unit up this gradient. So what I need to do is this direction gradient is create a let me kill that real quick. So then how the friggles do I... Because that's what this was doing, right? This dot product against world position using a direction. But that's just a direction. So I need to just find a nice way to feed in a directional dude to the schmoodad. Oh, all right. Let me take my hair out. Oh, the towel comes off. Just for you, Jed. How was your stream? How was the characterization? Yeah, the schmoodad of the doodad. So if this goes off of a gradient multiplied by this, it's like a world gradient, I should be able to just, yeah, get the length of this, multiply it by this, and then this should be able to just give us the thing that does the stuff, right? Which, like, yeah, it is doing the right thing here. And it is doing, you know, everything's going in the right direction here. I just feel like it is stretched out in a funny way. Like, at the very end, it goes to shit. Power node, that, yeah, I'm thinking maybe that is an option. Because this is just the normals. Length. in. Oh, I mean, that's just the shore mask, right? The actual... Ooh, you know what it could... No, that doesn't make sense. If it's normalized... Wait, how big are these? Scale 20. That means 24,000, right? Yeah, it does seem like a weird kind of exponential thing. Let's just try, well, power, sandwich power. Love me some sandwich power. I also might, let me do this. I don't want the fade in while I'm debugging, so I'll just get that in seal. That can be the mask. That's not... Yeah, maybe rounding would... No, because that's only going to do half of it. You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. Just do your thing. You weird little... Oh, right, because of that. Okay, so this was just at regular. Because we know that this gradient is 24,000 units long. Ideally. No, because I guess this would break the, you know, the direction of it. Wait, is it 24,000 units long? Or did I make a new one that was... Where's our shore length? Ocean shore length. Actually, did I even set this right? Ocean shore length. Is it just 20,000? No, that's still fucked up. Pretty sure it is 24,000. I know I can do this, right? Like I know it's possible. I can do it. I can do it. Just give me some time. Hit me, baby, one more time. Tyler, hello, hello. It's interesting seeing someone else come over the similar system through RVTs. Gave up in the end because our wheel was too large to mainly create 100 separate RVT volumes. Are you doing the RVT around the player or something instead, perhaps? So with this thing in particular, this idea, the data can be like giga small. Sorry, like low resolution. Because it's just like some simple gradients. So yeah, it might just be that it is really low res, but really big. Although I guess you can move the, like, you know, we could rebase the RVT volume as you go, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of units away. Or, like, you know, let's say you, let's say your character goes to sleep or something. You could rebase the RVT at that point so that there isn't any hitching while it regenerates all of the tiles and whatnot. But yeah, all I'm printing to the RVT is the data that the shader and everything then uses to, you know, do smart things. Smart shader things. Why does this look so much worse than yesterday? Is it because the time distortions have gone all fucky? Actually, I might turn time distortions down. We're gonna go in debug mode. Time distortions minimal. There we go. Now we can see our absolute train wreck of a system. Let's also just do that down a bit. Okay, cool. So here's our normal stuff. And then here's our shore gradient. Is this moving at like a steady speed? Or are they speeding up? Or is it just at the very end that it gets fricky? Watercolor wave intensity of shallows, like river mouth. Yeah. I was thinking because I'm planning on doing like a kind of climate / weather like simulation system, which would all just be like, you know, 100 by 100 meter tile based. But that would go into a render target. And you could maybe do... Well, I mean, it would be... It'd exist on the CPU. So you could actually get the data, like, you know, get the wind intensity and direction at this location. So you can, like, do some physicsy stuff. But then... Also... You could draw, you know, that simulation to a render target, I guess, that would follow the character around. If you needed to be able to see it, like, in the distance. Or for something like, you know, what is the current snow coverage at this location? Or, like, snow depth. Then, yeah, you'd want to be able to see the snow, like, fully full here, and then fading off, you know, as you move away from the mountain or something. So a very large scale render target could be a good solution. Also considering that, like, a render target, even if it's like a 4K or a 2K render target, isn't actually, like, it takes up memory, but it isn't any more or less performant. Unless you're, like, updating the entire thing all at once. But with Niagara Grid 2D, which is, like, the crux of my entire plugin system, You know, like doing all the short range wind system and whatnot. And the, you know, the local water simulation stuff. That can just be... You can just say, like, draw to 1 pixel of the render target, or change 1 pixel's value. So just like, here's the render target, here's the index that I want to change in XY, and then here's the new value. And then you can just change that. Without needing to, like, you know, iterate over the entire 2K texture just to change 1 pixel, you know, using the draw, what is it, the canvas draw material function. So yeah, Niagara Grid 2D, super handy for systems like that, where you have changing, you know, large-scale data. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff that I've become interested in lately. It's very interesting. I think a lot of people would probably not see the benefit of it in terms of, like, you know, production time or whatnot. But I feel like something like a climate, you know, simulation system, even just for, like, you know, a game like Skyrim. Let's say, like, you're an indie team and you're creating, like, a massive open world kind of thingo. If you could just, like, run a climate simulation and then it just determines, okay, there would be snow up on this mountain, and in this valley it's, like, really windy, and it just, like, figures it all out for you. And it's like, oh yeah, this point over here would be, like, really arid and barren, and the, you know, the plants wouldn't be very fertile. And so when you use your PCG volume to put foliage down there, it'll choose, like, you know, shrubs and cacti instead of trees and whatnot. I think a system like that could be really cool. Alright, let's go to the water stuff again. Let me just get a regular plane. P-L-A-N-E. Mesh. Shape. Plane. Drag. Put him there. What is a plane? So we're using real grid or wind data, but most games will benefit from something more dynamic, random. Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, it's something that I don't know. A lot of people are they're like, dude, when are you gonna, like, finish your game? But I'm like, I'm having fun. Like, give me a fucking minute. Just let me enjoy, like, dicking around with really stupid stuff. How big is this plane, I wonder? Proc size 100 by 100 by 0. Okay, so 100 by 100 by 0. If I then make it 100 bigger, that is now 10,000 So 240 would be 24,000. That's about that. Yeah. Tech demos are games. Exactly. See, someone gets it. Oh, you know what this might be? Why finish something that can be continued? See, we're on the same wavelength. I think I keep telling people, like, my aim is to make a game that makes itself. You know? Just have, like, enough systems that all link together. And it's kind of like, you know, it's like the old SimCity and, like, even The Sims 1 and those kind of games where it's like there isn't, like, necessarily gameplay. It's just interesting to fiddle with. Like, yeah, you can set your own goals. You can be like, oh yeah, I want to create this really cool suburban sprawl, you know, like a green energy city or whatever. But it's like the game isn't telling you to do that. And you can, like, you can see, oh, okay, well, here are the benefits and the downsides of this kind of thing. And, like, you just find out little things about the game itself. I think sometimes exploring the game itself and all of the, you know, little bits and bobs of it can be more interesting than, like, I don't know. Loved ADR2 so much. The game was more just well. Yeah. Yeah, there were heaps of, like, open-ended things in that game, and, like, the world felt super interactive, and just, like, hanging out at the camp and, like, working on the camp and stuff was cool. Let's get a linear gradient. Gradient. So I think I know what's going wrong over here. I think it is that because we're drawing to the normal buffer. I'm also going to... yeah. Because we're drawing to the normal buffer. Our fade off, because we're lerping between our... no, should that? Let me try it in base color. We also want to get the... Let me just... I'll try it in base color where we can actually do, like, opacity and whatnot, instead of stupid thingos. So we get this, multiply it by red. How do I get a 3 foot? There it is. Cool. And then you are going to go into the base color. And so this is a linear 1 to 0 gradient. And if I wanted that to go to... I could lerp. But does doing this lerp is that changing the does normalizing that do I think I know why it's going fucky. Because yeah, the lerp is because you have to deal with like circularity and shit. Because it's, you know, they're normals. They get normalized. Let me just draw this to the dude. Runtime, virtual texture, water data. Hello? Are you gonna... Yeah, well, fuck you. Okay. Sure debug. Right, it needs to go to the normal input. So yeah, you can see up here, it's like super not happy. It gets faster. We want to create a linear gradient from here to there. I mean, okay, if I do it in base color, using just this, we go to the base color, and we then go to our Gersties, and we yeet out of the base color into the RG. Then that's fine now, except for the very end. I'm pretty sure that's fine. Except for, like, yeah, this last tiny little block where it's just like YOLO. But again, that could just be banding or something. Like RVT banding. And then going this way. It works, yeah. That way works. So, yeah, it must just be that we're getting non-linear values. But then what's this? This isn't happy now. Is that... that's because these would be not drawing to the... If I wasn't doing this lerp, then they might be happier. So if it was literally just that into the base color. Oh no, that would be the direction without a fall off. So that would have to be multiplied by this. Now we're still getting that funny, like, directional thing. Let me just get a single... Where's this? Single... Gerstner wave. Amplitude is whatever. Wavelength is whatever. Direction gradient is this. Well, that's the direction gradient, this RG value. time is whatever, wind intensity, whatever, steepness, whatever. And then let's just get our foam trail mask into the base color. Unhook our WPO. And normals and opacity and the fucking whatever. If you want to make a flower open up, how would you do it? That's a good question. Depends on the flower. But you could do it using... Oh, God. You could do it using... What have I done here? Give me one sec. I'm too stupid. Oh, I see it now. Right, wavelength big. If just a few flowers and rigging it with bones and animating it, surely makes sense. Yeah, if it's like a one-off thing for a cutscene or something, then you could just do it with bones. If it was for like an entire field of flowers, and you wanted to like, you know, do like some radial effect where like the whole scene comes to life and all the flowers go, you could use a VAT, like Tyler says. Or you could just kind of handcraft some, you know, like pivot paint the petals and have them, you know, rotate or unrotate, you know, like that. Or you could do something like, yeah, bake the offsets into the, you know, a second UV channel or something. If it, you know, that would be kind of more of a linear morph. So you could have number 1, or like position 1, and then position 2, and you could bake the offset into, you know, the second and third UV channels. $10,000 Alembic cash. Jesus. Scary. Right, the gradient needs to be multiplied by the length of it. Silly, silly me. 24,000. Don't do that last one. Yeah. What do you mean? That sounds like a good idea. Is this just an issue with how I'm doing like this tangent space doodad? Move. Give me this guy. Okay. So again, this is okay. There's a bit of, you know, fuckery because of the RVT. Where is it? Water data. Is it because it's too resolute? I mean, yeah, almost. It's too high res. Okay, maybe it's not high res enough. There's kind of no way around it. Either way, we get a shit result because... I mean, it doesn't matter that much, but whatever. So yeah, here, everything's fine. Like, yes, the direction... It's, you know, a bit pixelated, but... They're waves, you know, who fucking cares? But it is like the correct way. So I'm guessing my problem is with how this is printing to it. Although again, this is drawing to the color channel. Whereas these are, let me just go to them. Sure, RVT draw. What's the issue at the moment with RVT? Let's track what you're trying to solve. Just, so for the shorelines, we want to... basically get the direction. Oh, I know what it is. Probably. Nope, that wasn't it. Oh, you know, maybe? Hold on, let me just test this further out. Yeah, that's still fine. Bit of, you know, funk, but nothing crazy. They are going in that direction. Yeah. Oh god, that's terrifying. Is that just because it's a negative value, or what? Why are the negative values... Oh, right. Negative values because fucking we're using base color, which doesn't have negative values. Dumbass. Oh, wait, no, but that's not... No, we're drawing a... Why is this not work? Oh no, that's fine. Okay, it must have just been RVT resolution doing dumb shit. I think what I will do in the future is offload the RVT shore data to a render target. Just like a really big render target, or like render target chunks or something. Because I'm just not sure if this will hold up over time. Because yeah, there's just like fucking compression artifacts everywhere. Pixel alarming, right? Yeah, it's... I'm not really sure why it's doing that. I could, RVT for distance. Yeah, exactly. That could be a good solution. But yeah, anyway, that is working. So, like in theory, if I had this plane... Oh, yeah, true. The texture compression. I forgot. Maybe that could... Mm. Yeah, nice. I mean, that helps. A lot. Don't know why I didn't think of that. I think because the normals get compressed in a particular way. Using uncompressed is only recommended for debugging and quality comparisons. How about shut up? Don't tell me what to do. Yeah, like not compressed and low resolution is like perfect. So maybe we'll just go with that for now. Yeah, so if I had this, right? And I was like, oh, I want this shoreline to look like this. Like, there's nothing preventing me from using curved lines, you know? So obviously it's just my math here is just shit. So why is my math bad? Let me just get my fucking spline system and use that instead. Because this is... I just whipped this up in fucking Blender and it's just not... It's just not it. Let's get water spline. And... Hello, water spline. Oh, Jesus Christ. I have to try vibe coding for 2 hours. Vibe coding. What a concept. Here's my... Yeah. Yeah. There must be a bit of delay going to YouTube and stuff. But if I just said scale... Fuck, how big is this normally? What's that? I think like 200 times bigger is... No, maybe 100 times bigger. Looks about correct. Maybe 90 times bigger? 80 times bigger? Yeah, I guess. On Twitch chat 1 sec. Hell yeah. Yeah, if any YouTube peoples want to... wait, can this just take in material? What did I call it? Shore. Shear? Shore. Shore debug. Bam. Switch to Twitch? Hell yeah. Yeah, if any YouTubes want to support me in my Twitch endeavors on becoming a Twitch partner, then come and watch on Twitch, because every view, something, can't remember. You know how it is. Wait, that's Ocean Shore RVT draw. It's called shore debug. Right. Wrong one. Big brain. Well, no, let's do RVT shore draw. In here. No, that's not it. Oh my god, Eric. Give me this. RVT shore draw. Alrighty, so this is, yes, that is linear. And it is a spline, so I can, like... Hopefully it maintains... It should maintain thickness, right? I mean, that looks good to me, I guess. Yeah, that looks pretty bang on. Yeah, that looks perfect. And so that still has... well, okay, here's the thing, right, though, is that this is going into the color. But the color is already being used by the thingos, you know? How do I fucking... Where's our ocean testo? Let's switch it back to the normals. So yeah, so the base color I do my river flow maps in. Down here. This is all base color. It's a little bit fucky looking because we just lowered the RVT settings. More tiles, I guess. Maybe one more, yeah. Easy. Yeah, so river flow maps, so they can all blend together, right? And then they'll need to blend into the water and all that kind of shit as well. Sorry, into the ocean and the lakes. Well, they do already do that if I didn't have this around the wrong way. But you know how it is. Now our problem is... if we're using the normals, they get normalized. You know what I'm saying? And so we get some fuckage, as they would call it. Although I can kind of see now what the... It's a circular... It's like a sine wave, right? Like, it's some dumb shit. But they are all going in the right direction, which is good. We just need to figure out a good way to... I mean, this also means that the shorelines can't overlap, but I mean, when would you want them to? When would shore waves need to overlap? That's the whole point of it being a shoreline. Because if I just put this, like whatever was going into base color, if I just put that into the thing, then it's like, oh, I got super angry. What's the other thing I could do? I could normalize this and add, append one into the B channel. So that they're always upward facing. So if I did this... Oh, that's going to get shitty at me. Let's just tell that to fuck off. Let's just kill that. Let's kill everything. I do need that though. So this is our gradient. Using SEF solves both the problem. You can compute them easily using Niagara Grid, 2D Grid. Yeah, I could do SDFs, but I'm just worried about, like, you know, the super far distance. And my water material, water master material, it's sampling the water data RVT anyway, so it's doing the tile unpacking stuff for the flow maps and the river blending and all the blending and stuff. So I figured it would be an idea to yeah. It's probably when the shoreline loops into a circle, you get a step 0 to 1 gradient. I think the way I'm doing it, it should be fine. As long as the spline connects perfectly. That's actually a good point. Because what I'm using to drive the shore waves is the fact that there's a fixed shore distance, which is 24,000 units at the moment. Could be longer, could be shorter, whatever. And we then use that gradient, so from the inner to the outer edge, to drive our wave, you know, our shore waves. So, yeah, I'm like at least 5% sure that doing it in a circle should work. I'd probably want to write like an actual thing that would join the spline points together. Mesh spline doesn't have closed loop. It should. In the spline component. Closed loop. Okay, yeah, you're right. It doesn't want to fucking... It doesn't give a shit. I don't know. This spline that I've set up it's scuffed, so we'll deal with it for now. Are we splining some waves, brother? We are. I can kill that. Oh, yeah. So, our problem is, if I did this, did our gradient, and appended one after doing this, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, that's just not happy at all. Wait, am I still reading from base color? No, surely not. No. So, like, previously, if I was lerping from that to our upward-facing normals, because the normals can't, like, they can't blend, you know? That should be the other way around, but you get the point. So you can see here, like, it does work, but it's slightly curved because of the way that normals normalize. So it must be that we're going... Because the midpoint of normals is 707, or 0.707. So instead of going 1 here, 0.50, it has this like... How do I undo that curve is what I want to know. It's like a... I can't just use power. It's something to do with like arcsine or arctan or arccos or some shit. You know? I could just fucking eyeball it, but I don't want to do that. Why is the curve happening? You're doing RVT render target. So the reason is that I'm using the normals channel of an RVT because I'm already using, you know, the I'm already using the base color for the river flow map direction. Specular and roughness I'm using for something. I don't fucking remember. So the problem is that because it's going into the normal input of the RVT and we can't customize RVTs because, you know, nanite, lumen, fucking megalites, whatever. We can't set up a custom RVT thingo. It has to go into the normals. Well, you know, I'm left with the normals. Can I use mask 4? Mask 4 is a separate RVT type. It's not included in the kind of biggest RVT type with the most channels. Usually, like, I'm gonna go on a bit of a rant here again, but if you see my RVTs video, you probably heard this rant before. But if you sample a runtime virtual texture, you know, I go, oh, let's go get the landscape RVT. And then I sample another one, you know, landscape height RVT, which only has literally one channel here. It scales linearly. The cost, like, doubles every time you add another texture. But, like 99% of the cost of sampling an RVT comes from unpacking the page table. But, like, if the landscape RVT and the landscape height RVT literally always, usually always, nearly always, have the same number of tiles, same resolution, same fucking everything. So why can it not just be, like, shared between them? Well, okay, sometimes not, but, like, if it could be shared between them, then everyone would make sure that they're the exact same thingos. So, like, yeah, if I could just be like, oh, I'm gonna make, like, water data RVT number 2, and it would, you know, and I could just be like, oh yeah, we'll use the mask 4 channel, to do this extra stuff, and in my water material, you know, like, yeah, it'll add some extra texture sampling instructions, but it won't have to do, you know, the page table sampling, unpacking shit twice. Then, like, that would be perfect. Like, don't care about doing, you know, custom RVT, you know, like, you know, custom RVT thingos. Don't care about that. As long as we could get rid of, or, like, share the cost between the two RVT thingos, then yeah, you could literally make, like, hundreds of different RVTs that are all doing different shit, and then just, like, fucking go ham, you know? What bit does the displacement of mask 4 have? I think they're 16-bit. Fix the code so they share and make a custom node and sell on Fab Profit. I mean, literally, that's not a bad idea. Because, like... Fuck it, maybe I could just... Let's look for it. We're going deep today. We're going deep. But anyway, so what I was saying about using the normals at the moment is that when you go, the total length has to be 1. We're gonna double rant right now. It's not actually a rant, but whatever. So like, if I'm up here, this is, this is red 1. Or, it might be... I don't fucking know, whatever. And then over here, we've got green 1. If we lerp from red to green, and we want this nice fall off, or red to blue in our case, of going from, like, this to this, because it's going into the normals RVT thingo, it will normalize it so that the length is always 1, meaning that it's a circle. Like this. So I just need to find a nice way to undo this, like, semicircle perfectly. I mean, yeah, no, I could do it on the way in to the RVT. No, can I? I don't know if I can. Because it will always normalize. No, it should work. It should work. I don't know. No, I didn't mean... Okay, fuck you. Alright, let's go... How do I... How do I... Fuck you. How do I search engine again? Control F? Runtime virtual texture. Height field min-max texture build. Allocate render targets for rendering out the runtime virtual texture tiles. Virtual height field mesh. That was so half-baked, the virtual height field mesh. What a good time. Niagara data interface virtual texture. What about runtime virtual texture sample? Material expression. String text runtime virtual texture sample. What am I in? Material expression C++. Unpack code, index sample code, index. Oh, run over. Okay, yeah, so there is this one. I mean, it's not necessarily the runtime virtual texture itself, but... Yeah, I'll go there. Oh, how do I... Okay, source, engine... Source, runtime... Why is it in VR? Yeah, wait, no, I just need to look up this. Oh my god, what? How do I find a class? It's like Control-Shift-F or something? RVT. Well, I mean, I should be able to just find this, right? Okay, here we go. Oh, now I'm just getting includes. Give me the actual thing. Runtime virtual texture details customization CPP. Runtime virtual texture asset type actions. Oh. I mean, I could just go here and go to the include, but build stream is details customization. What are you? Help with adding text containing real values to properties that are edited as power multiple of 2. What the fuck? Include this one. Runtime virtual texture. Blah, 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 blah. This is the other thing, right, about RVTs, about like this thing, is that it literally does it internally. You know? Like if I have the, you know, the YCOCG base color, normal roughness, specular, fucking mask, whatever, that is comprised of 4 different RVTs that are all sharing the unpacking algorithm. Because sampling the base color and then adding the normals or then adding the specular and stuff it adds like 10 instructions, but sampling another one adds like another fucking 180. So like it's possible. Classical U material expression runtime virtual texture sample. Let me have a geese. Search the whole thing. Yeah. Find all. Show me the money. Material expression runtime virtual texture sample H read only. Okay, so MIPS. Who cares? Address mode. UV coords, blah, 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 blah. Right. Virtual texture object to sample. How to interpret another bound virtual texture. Should have the same settings for sampling to work correctly. Yep. Enable test, sparse, adaptive. Reference space. Enable feedback, blah, 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 blah. So this must just be the... Get referenced texture. So this is in material expressions. No, that's just the texture itself. Go back, go back. All the implementing. Yeah. Which, yeah, we were just at before, but... I don't know. I'm too dumb. I'm too silly. I'm a silly boy. So right, let's go back to our little issue at hand over here. We basically, our issue is that we're normalizing, or we're lerping from red to blue. And we want to, we could undo the circularity on the other side. But how do we do... How do we undo... Like, what's this difference here? You know? That's what we need to know. Or actually, I guess it's more this way. What's this difference? If we had this, how would we get it to that? How do we convert circular to linear? We have the linear gradient. I mean, if I just do... No, I think I do have to do it on the other end, which isn't a big deal. Although I just want to make sure that this works with... Oh no, it obviously works because, yeah, it's a different color. Like it's doing a different direction, or is it? Yeah, no, it is 100%. Yeah. So what does this mean? Could you normalize before and find the difference to subtract before it goes through? That is... See, some people are just so fucking smart. Although I don't know, I don't know if it'll work. We can... No, not quite. I guess because it gets normalized when it gets sampled into the RVT. Virtual texture unpack its complex from there. Yeah. Like my... Where's our music? Can we like... Nice. My ideal thing... I guess it would be hard to just have the... I don't know how you'd want it to look. I mean, ideally, you'd just want to be like, oh yeah, these are linked together, and it would just, in the actual shader compiler, it would, you know, it would compile those instructions to just get done once, which it just obviously doesn't do right now. Yeah. Same for each of them, like having a group index. Yeah, true. Well, yeah, or like even better, right? Because they have to match. If you just had the RVT volume, and you could just add another, you know, RVT like in an array. So this RVT volume is printing, you know, the land interaction and the water height and the water data. That way they're like guaranteed to be in the same position. They get their world coordinates from the same object, which is part of the unpacking thingo. Yeah. Render target sitting here like hello again. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's all a bit shenanigized. So I'm thinking we just let it print normalized. And then we undo that here. So we have normals. We have the R and G values, which are, you know, the length is 1 here. If I go like length of the RG, chuck that into the BC. Fufflebim, how's it going? Also, sorry I haven't really been, like, you know, reading chat much. I've been vibe coding. So yeah, it's 1 over here, it's 0 over here, but we have a circular fall off. So this isn't 0.5. This is, I mean, I think, are we also printing that to base color? Let's chuck this into, well, what we ideally want is this. Right? But that's not what we get, because, you know, it's being normalized. So we need a way to turn 0.707 to 0.05 here. Let's go like convert circular curve to linear. Converting a circular outcome variable to a linear one. There's no continuous way of re-expressing the outcome on a linear scale. That's why there is a theory of circulars. No, okay, maybe that's not the right thing. How to convert an arc line into a line with the same length? No, that's about fucking Autodesk. How to linearize an exponential curve? Maybe just like fucking arc something. Arc these nuts. That did nothing. Arc. Cosine. I don't know. Maybe? You know? That looks like something. Aside from that. That is not it. That's not it, no. You're already committing the other channels to something else. Would an easy solution not be sending normal XY through the specular roughness? Yeah, I mean, I could do that. I could do specular roughness. I am currently using them for some things. But I could do it those other things aren't as important. So, like, for example, one of them is just where, like a puddle bias, you know, using vertex color, gets drawn to an RVT, then sampled by the interaction system. So that, like, yeah, like these, the water ripples are bound by the puddles, but it's deterministic by, if we looked at the vertex color of this plane, you would see that it's like white here, and that gets drawn to the specular or the roughness or something. But I think the problem is that I used gray as the midpoint. So gray is where puddles will just naturally appear a regular amount. White is where they will already be, or they'll appear sooner. And then black is where puddles can't appear. And so that midpoint is kind of important. Although, that being said, it doesn't if I know that the midpoint of the circular fall off is 0.707, I can just do a really rough transform and be like, oh yeah, we'll just subtract this amount, or, you know, to get it so 0.5 is in the middle, and then there's just some fall off to, you know, the other thingos. But, I mean, it would just be nicer to do this way. What if I get the sine, period of 1 to 0, period of 4? And then subtract that from the length. Oh, that's using the fucking base color. Hold on. So we'll go normals RG. Length sine. Very let's set the midpoint manually. That wouldn't truly undo the curve. Just make it 2 curves, I think. Yeah. Yeah, for this implementation, it needs to be like linear. For the other one, like the puddle masking, it doesn't actually have to be linear. And I'm just trying to think what else I use the water data stuff for. Because, yeah, I could just use specular roughness. You are right. Might even be cheaper to do that if I'm not sampling the other ones in the water material, because sampling the specular and roughness is way cheaper than the normal. The only problem would be negative values, because this does need to be directional, but I can always just remap it, you know, up to 0.5 and whatnot. Let me just try this real quick. So let's get the difference between this and that. And then subtract the difference from our length. Alright, let's see if that does anything. Base color length. Alright, comparison time. No, that's shit. So bad. I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe I should just do it in the roughness specular and then just remap the other things to... Surely there's a way though, right? Yeah, nah, I think I'll do your suggestion, which is chuck it into. So fuck this dude, fuck that. We've got our thinger. We multiply it by the dude. We break a twofer. Smack it specular roughness RG. And then in our fella. Because this is the track from the normalized output would do it. Yeah. But then I've got to use a curve asset. And then I'd also have to use a curve asset in Niagara, which I don't know if it can do. But yeah, let's just make float 2. Chuck that bad boy in. Specular roughness. Make float 2. This guy. Ocean shore thingo. Are you good there? Why is this grey? Did I unplug something? I did. I'm silly. I'm a silly boy. Oh, right, I need to remap it. So we do this, that's now at 0. Then... Fuck. Yeah, add 1 div 2. Looks good. Then here we just need to undo that. Subtract. And multiply by 2. Cool. Wait, sorry. Subtract 0.5. What am I thinking? So dumb. Why am I such a silly Billy? Alright, that looks sensual. And then we will get our length. Well, actually, you know what? Let's just put it straight into our debug. So then multiply it by our shore length fixed value. And then our foam trail mask goes into base color. And then we will see. That looks linear as fuck. Yo, who up linearing they shoreline? I wonder if now, because I have texture compression disabled, if... Okay, no, so there is still banding, but as I recently discovered, we can set an explicit MIP level on the dude, which is POG AF. Yeah, that looks super good. So then what we need to do in Ocean Testo Land is tell that So they can both fuck off. Alright, so let's get our Gersty wavies. Hello, hello. We don't need sandwich power anymore. This is our shoreline gradient. RVT. Vector 2. Direction gradient, we're just doing radial from world position. Oh, sorry, world origin. And then everything else, we just whatever. Chuck our color back in. Chuck our specular roughness. That was our world position. This was normals. This was opacity mask. Save. I need sandwich power. So true. Cool. There we go. Now, we obviously need a fall off at the shoreline. But that's pretty easy. Let's just make sure that is... Yeah, cool, cool. The other thing is that these are going the wrong way. That should be -1. The fuck, bitch? Right, because we're doing the gradient. Sugma. Also, this is where I'm doing like some specular stuff. Ignore that. It's cursed. Yeah, so this is... Also, ignore the fact that the waves are perfectly straight. That's just, it's just a thing. Is this oh, because it's the gradient. Meaning that I probably have to make the time run backwards or some shit, right? How can I invert the gradient if it's like fucking across world space? Because that's length. And the length is infinite. How can I flip... How can I flip 0 and infinity? How can I make 0 infinity and infinity 0? I think... I don't think that's possible. I think just dividing by... I don't fucking know. Could also mask out the waves so they only appear if they're going with the ocean wave direction, so the opposite side of the islands are less rough water. Yeah, that was something I was planning on doing with my... my... what's it called? My... Thingamajigger. What do you call it? What's the word? The thing with the stuff. I've totally lost my brain. Otherwise, only... yeah, sorry, with my weather simulation thingo. So there would be like a really large-scale render target that would have like real-time, you know, like wave amplitude multiplication. And that would take care of that kind of thing. So there'd be like, yeah, a trail behind islands or something. Also things like if the wind, because like waves obviously build up over time. It's not just like, oh, it's super windy, so now the ocean is super choppy. It's like, if it's windy, you know, across tens of days, then, you know, the swell builds up and whatnot, and like propagates. So that would be a part of that system. which would then that would also do things like, yeah, like if there was like a bay, it could be protected by the waves and whatnot, like the big waves. But I might, I don't know, maybe if I had more channels to play with, I could just use an RVT channel for, what's it called? Just like, you know, a multiplier for the waves. All right, let's go to our ocean waves manager. We want to turn our distortion values up, not that high. What the fuck? Also, what are our wavelengths at the moment? We're going up to 8,000, 3,000. That's a pretty good distribution. Does anyone know, actually, any ocean experts, what is the typical, like, harmonic series of waves? If that makes any sense. I love that I'm totally cheating Gerstner waves by doing... It's like, what's the... depends which spectrum. Okay. Technical. We're getting too technical. Maybe 0.5. Maybe that could just be 1. The Miles-Phillips mechanism. Yeah, miss me with that nerd shit. Just kidding. Yeah, I wanna fucking... Right, my waves are going backwards as well, instead of forwards, which is also an issue. Yeah, now we have waves going to there, and blah, blah, blah. I also want to know, like, what happened? The waves looked so much better last night or the night before. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what's happened to them now. There's definitely something going on with the foam. The foam mo. Evolving backwards. My life. So I don't actually need shore mask. I can literally just get that from the shore gradient RVT. I also need to do a fall off at the shore here to get rid of this weird effect. How would I do that? I'd just say like, so that's at 1. I just need to do like a little, just a little bump. They did that in debug mode, but yeah, let's just go named reroute shore mask. Could overextend the spline mesh inwards at a fixed value. Yeah. So like usually what I'd do is have the island would be somewhere here. I mean, if I'm lazy, I could just for now do kill that. Don't need that. You go straight into the shore gradient. I could just do a sine wave. Length sine. Period 2. Shore mask. Saturated. So shore mask. And that will do like, you know, black here, full strength here, black there. Obviously not enough. So it would need to be slightly discombobulated. Subtract 0.1. And then multiply by fucking some number. What's the number I'm looking for? One point one. Nope. Why are you not lerping good? Where's that coming from, actually? I wanna know. It's coming from where the RVT goes from 1 down to 0. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I mean, ideally this would be hidden under the island, right? So what we want is not actually to lerp this. We actually want to do. So yeah, no, this is still correct. We just want to. Fuck. This part is the shore mask. Like this, the waves get more and more thingoed, but then we want one here that just scales them down to 0. Rather than blending them back into the ocean waves. So, named reroute. Shore, what's this called? The shore, what's it called when you like, shore damper? I'll call this the shore lerp. And then this is the shore multiplier. Not sure. So shore multiplier. Well, I guess we want it to just be at the very end here. How do we take... I think I know. Uses FAB and they usually come in sets of 3, with the third being the largest, but often the third wave wouldn't crest. I don't know if that helps. Interesting. Interesting. So I guess that means that there is a recurring frequency. Yeah, this tubular AF. Any tubulars in the... Oh, I know why the waves look dumb. It's because I've got this... Here's our waves. I had the fucking low poly one. I'm a spaz. I mean, it still looks dumb, but... Yeah, shore multiplier. How do I want to fucking... I want them to just zero out over here. How do I math? 1 here, 0 there. But I just want this part to, like, drop off a bit. Or do we? Do we even want it to drop off? Well, yeah, I guess because the... Usually that would be from the... Like, the depth of the water, right? Anyway, let's dive in and get these going the correct way again. So in our Gersty Bursty, we're subtracting time here. Maybe we just want to add time instead. Now. Because reasons. Although that means that our thingo over there... What the fuck? Why are half of them going... No, that's not right. No, that's not correct. Is that... What's going wrong here? I'm so confused. Can I give it a negative? No. No, 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 that ain't it. That ain't it. Go back, go back. If this was negative... Does that make everything go the other way? But then I'm pretty sure the... Okay, now it's inverted. Not ideal. Like our steepness value is inversed. Because that... Yeah. Okay. Is it just that we want time to go backwards? I mean, yeah, that's now going the right way. But now our shore waves are going to be going back to front, which is fixable. It is fixable. Let me get rid of these now. Because, yeah, we could just thingoize them. Could just thingize them. Wow, that's cursed. Oh, right, no, that's... Yeah, hold on. Let's just hide that for now. So these are now going outwards. But they are swelling correctly and moving... Or, you know, their crests are going in the right direction. So it is just a matter of sending... I mean, we could do it. I guess just here. Multiply by -2. Oh, no, but the gradient... Now it's going to be doing that other... Why did that not... Right, because the gradient is the length of it. So we would need to... Yeah, no. It would be in the actual thingo. In the drawer. Ocean Shore RVT drawer. So we'd need to be sending this gradient to here, but then the mask is the wrong way around, so we have to 1 minus the mask of it? No, no, no. This is still... Yeah, no, fuck. How... I'm so confused. Alright, hold on. Give me this fella. Let's delete that one. Come back. Alright, let's just do one over here. Let me also just set the... Just the direction to fucking... I don't know. Just... multiply this by X. With the water meets the shore, on beaches, the waves crash and later just sink into the sand as the beach rises above sea level. So it might even work just ensuring your beach is on a slope that your waves disappear into. Yeah, true, true. Because, yeah, the ocean doesn't give a fuck that there's a beach there. Alright, so these are now coming the right direction. I just want to see this value. Let me just set this to like fucking 100. Something giga high. This is about the crests getting pushed to the side that they're supposed to be going. So this is the wrong way for these waves. Meaning that our dude here needs to be full. Oh, fuck. Needs to be negative X. So this should now push them in that direction? Why are you not? Beach pushes water back into the sea, they're pushing back against the waves. Yeah, true, true. Also, hey Vintage, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Also, Freelo X, thank you so much for the Prime sub 44 minutes ago. Absolute Giga Chad. Tyleroo with another Prime sub, and Altruism. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. You guys are Giga Chads. So we got these ones here. Let me just like get our steepness value up. So some of Bezos is not here for the awesome tutorials. Thank you, thank you. Very appreciated. Yeah, so these are cresting in that direction. Yeah. But then these ones... What the fuck is happening to the shoreline? Right, it's just not got the right direction. Oh, you know what it might be? It might be that I'm super fucking dumb. And that I'm putting in the wrong axis here. Because, like, the wave sim doesn't care about the direction. It only cares about the gradient. There we go. That's what it was. Because, yeah, this needs to move this way. So now that should be saying, yeah, like, zhuzh, all that. Okay, well, hold on. The steepness is fucking way high. Calm down. Yes. Yes, yes. So this is going the incorrect way. But the other ones are going the correct way. They're going tumbling that way. So this just needs to be negative y. With the gradient going that way. No, because now they're going... Fuck's sake. Wait, no, the shore waves should be going this way. Then why are they tumbling back that way? I'm so confused. So that's correct. Let me just turn all the time distortion back down. Okay. It has evolved. I don't know, that's what I'd call it, but I mean, I guess, yeah. Yeah, so these are all shooting off that way. These ones need to... Is that going that way? They are going this way, but our gradient lerp... are they or not? Or are they going the inverse? You know what we need? We need to just fucking freeze time. Yeah, so that is the wrong direction. What do you think about the water in Bionicle Mask of Time? Yeah, it looks hella dope. What was the first Bionicle movie? Mask of Light? That shit was dope. That was iconic. What happened to Bionicle, you know? Love Bionicle's lore, hell yeah. Okay, so that is going the wrong... It's going the wrong direction for the shore, but the right direction for... this. So how can we rectify that? We could just do, like, what's the direction and, like, do that. Oh, no, because this is getting applied... Normalize. You are lerping between... the fucking WPO. And then dotting that against world position. Blah, 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 blah. That's fucking stupid. Well, I mean, we've literally got the shore direction and stuff. So why am I not... Shore wave input direction. Shore length multiply, whatever. So just shore... door. Shore wave... input direction. I mean, ideally, I'd want to be... I guess doing this twice. And then summing them together. Instead of just doing it based on, yeah. Yeah. And being on a giant bundle of signifier? Yeah, true. Okay, let's think. Let's use the brain. Real quick. So we're getting all our masks and shit. Yeah, you can see here. These ones are just using world thingo. They don't give a fuck. So let's just yeet that. That can die. This is just getting our total height, which is fine. We don't need that. This bit here, just fuck off. Just straight up. Just piss off. What the fuck was that ad doing again? Yeah, I've got to go backwards. Jesus. Oh, you son of a bitch. Grill myself. Do I have any? I don't have coffee left. I feel like hummus. Skip restore, please. Oh, I was supposed to release a video tonight. I forgot. I forgot. Alright, we're back. We've still got this thing. How much fucking progress did I lose? I mean, I did save the shader pretty... Oh, no, the shader's fine. It's just the Ocean Man. Ocean Man. His settings are all thingoed, but who cares? So we've got our... Let's hide this. Oh, maybe just push it down. Maybe just... Get rid of it. This one is here. We have our thing. Ocean Waves Manager. We'll just juice it up so we get some curling. If you can just have your own, a great wave of coming up. True. So true. Alright, back to the just nut waves. So. Okay, that is literally just add one. So then multiply. So that was, what was that even for? WPO, if the WPO is in the... If the direction of the WPO is towards this, then make it more... Right, make it go... Yeah, okay, so we do actually want this. So the direction of the WPO dotted against, this should be the individual thingers. This was the height, so at certain heights, this gets amplified. And then this was a mask. I can't fucking remember. World position normalized, blah, blah, blah. Multiplying. Oh, by the crest mask, right. So that's just chuck it in the direction. So we need to get our shore input direction. I wonder if I could just blend between them and it would look fine, rather than doing it twice and adding them together. Because, yeah, you can see what this is doing, and it is doing positive things. It's doing good things. Despite what it might fucking look like. I mean, it's a big fucking mess, but we want to use this as a basis for our particle kind of shit, you know? Particle-y shit. I also think, this was originally 0.55. Yeah, so that comes down further. How would you detect the player is standing on top of a puddle or shallow water in your plugin? Let's say something, make something like Splatoon. So for a puddle that's just a part of the, you know, the landscape stuff, it's a little bit harder. You would essentially need to... Whatever noise pattern you're using to drive the puddles through, like, a height lerp, you would... Look at that moire pattern. You would need to... How do I explain it? You need to have a deterministic noise function, which you could create a CPU texture lookup table, like I did ages ago as like a proof of concept, where you just offline you sample a render target or you sample a texture. I think someone wrote a helper function for me, or maybe it already existed in Blueprint, where you can just get was it the value of a render target or the value of a texture? I can't remember. But yeah, basically you just populate, an array of just, a million values of this, like, texture. And then you can look up that texture given a position on the CPU. And that way you can be like, okay, my global puddles value is at 0.5. This is the function that the shader would be using. Height lerp 0 to 1, using this noise pattern, whatever. And then applying contrast and stuff. And so then you'd be able to actually tell on the CPU, I'm stepping in a puddle. Let's say that we're on a puddle, I guess. I only work for static stuff now. Yeah. So if you wanted, like, Splatoon, and you wanted to be standing on top of, like, you know, somewhere that's painted, you'd probably need to be either using some kind of, like, grid-based, you know, tile thing, where you have, you know, a grid set up. It could be a sparse grid, so you'd have a grid defined, but when something gets painted to a position on that grid, you could add that coordinate to a map instead of having an array that's super big. And that way, whenever you're stepping somewhere, you would just be like, does this coordinate exist on that map yet? And if it's like, oh yeah, it does, then get the value. Oh, the value is 1. And therefore, you know that you're stepping on, you know, red paint or something. But if the value ends up being 0, or that coordinate doesn't exist on that map yet, then you know that you're not stepping on something that's in that data field. And then, whenever that data field gets updated, you could send that to a Niagara Grid 2D writer, which would then change the value in, you know, a render target that you could then use for your, for the actual shaders and stuff. And that would be quite performant. The only downside of that is that it's top-down projected. You could probably get around that by having either multiple data fields or having a render target per section, platform, something. I don't know. If you want it to be fully 3D, where you can paint on the walls, and you need to be able to get the data from the walls, you'd probably want to start looking into runtime vertex paint and detection. Which can be super performant as long as the meshes are broken up into small kind of chunks. So if your entire level was like 10 million polygons and it was all one mesh, and you went to draw, you know, vertex paint at a position, you would have to iterate through all 10 million verts and find out which ones were close to that position to then do the painting. But if everything's broken up into, like, you know, reasonably sized meshes, you know, 1,000 or a few thousands, then you could do that. Or just paint in UV space. So painting in UV space can kind of work. It depends how things are UV'd. But it's also really... It's pretty much impossible to performantly get that data back out after you've painted it, you know, onto a render target in UV space. Because at that point, it's on a render target, and then you'd have to be reading GPU stuff back to the CPU. Whereas when you're doing vertex paint, the vertex paint stuff is stored on the CPU, I'm pretty sure. As long as you've got CPU read enabled on the mesh type. I don't know. The Vertex Paint and Detection plugin is like, it has a demo level and it does some like pretty crazy vert counts. So yeah, yeah. Ocean wave input direction, shore wave input direction, shore mask, shore lerp. Is it on the top or the bottom? This one is the ocean. Ocean's on top, shore is on bottom. Are they... Oh, I need to append you. There we go. Alright, let's see how this goes. So I think they are now the wrong way around. For both of them, maybe? What way are we going? If this is time forward... Okay, so they both just need to be inverted. Yeah, so now it's going the correct way. Yep. And then over here at our shore waves, they are also going that way, which is good. Cool. It looks pretty good. Gets a bit freaked out where they collide. But I mean, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Fuck it. So our shore gradient, sorry, our shore mask needs to be inverted because our shore is over here, but we're getting the shitification over there. So our shore. Where is it? Shore mask. Shore lerp, sorry. Should be 1 minus did. Wave input direction. So now we have... The fuck's going on here? Right, yeah, because the... Oh, that's tough. Hold on. Yeah, now that thing is fixed, let me just set that back to a not stupid number. Johnny Tail, hello. I found a bit of Niagara trouble. Seems you have to ask a question. Here you go. It's making a rain effect, and for some reason, droplets change direction. They face while falling, with character moving left and right, at least. Seems like changing camera position affects their velocity. Somehow, sprites are velocity aligned. Is there a way to fix it? I've tried changing facing modes, but it doesn't seem to help. Can you post a video or like a clip of the thing? Change direction they face while falling with character moving. Are you sure it's not just an optical illusion? Or it could be something to do with like motion blur. Is motion blur on? Alright, let's go back to lit mode. And then turn the amplitude down to a not ridiculous number. Alrighty, actually, you know, let's go up a bit higher. That's fine, good on you. Okay, so our shore is going the right direction, but the wrong thing. We want it to be the other way around. So in our ocean shore draw RVT, we are going to 1 minus this. Now our waves will be moving the wrong way. But in our shore wave fucking thingo, where are we? Shore wave input direction ocean shore length, we will 1 minus this. Or sorry, invert it. Input shore gradient RVT. No, this is a whole thing. What if I... No, that makes no difference. How can I... Fuck. Ocean wave input direction is fine. Shore wave input direction. I mean, the input direction is supposed to be the input gradient. That's why we do this here. Ocean at shore length. Ow. So direction gradient. You can fuck off. You can fuck off. You can fuck off. Direction gradient here. We're getting the length. But again, for our other stuff, this works fine. Oh wait, why is this? Why are they moving in towards... Are you supposed to be absolute? I don't fucking know. No. I feel like I've done goofed somewhere here. Because the gradient, I mean, this is why... Oh, I guess it's this. It's dot. This, that. Gradient. No, that's still... going into here. I mean, it's not an issue when it's circular. you know? But obviously, if I'm not the only person using this, then we'd probably want it to not rely on being, you know, radial. Well, okay, maybe I do a gradient and direction, you know, as inputs, instead of trying to derive it all in here. Because, yeah, we're like getting... So here's our shoreline. We're getting our direction gradient. And then normalizing that to get the direction. To then do, you know, all the shit. And we're getting the length of that to do the other thing. Ah, that's right. We're getting the length, which means that it's absoluted. Yes, okay, so let's do another input called direction and wave gradient. Oh, no, wave gradient here. It also doesn't need to have a length. It's just a full dude. And then this is our input direction. You get normalized because... Why are you... Why am I doing this again? We don't need that. This needs a big tidy up as well. Oh, that needs to be a scalar. Duh. There we go. Alright, so this should all break. Yep. Because now we have no wave gradient. Motion blur causes effect. Ah, nice, nice. Yeah, I think the I think what happens is that I don't know, something happens. Something happens and I don't know about it. I guess it must skew particles to account for motion blur or something. I don't know. All right, let's now manually... You can fuck off. So we need a input shore gradient and a shore direction. And then our shore gradient is just this. So this is shore wave. Fuck. Shore wave length. Oh, we can get the length here. Shore, input shore gradient. Well, that should be already lengthened. Lengthified. Direction will be getting normalized. Input direction, shore, named shore wave, input, or shore wave gradient. Shore wave gradient. So direction is wherever. Input shore gradient RVT. This is input shore gradient. I guess. Yeah, whatever. The gradient is a scalar value. So you are just going to get multiplied by the shore length. And piss off. And then you are the shore wave gradient. Our shore wave input direction is our shore direction here. So this gets used to actually drive the wave flow. This gets used to tell, you know, the circularity, like back and forth bullshit. So then I do need to do the same thing here. Ocean wave input direction. I can just call this ocean wave direction and shore wave direction. This would also mean that we can have waves going out from something if we wanted to. And also, I'm trying to think of how to do a whirlpool. I don't know if it's... A whirlpool is possible. But the whole thing has to be radially 24,000 units. If we were to do it with the shore stuff. So, I don't know. Because, yeah, it's hard to do... Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Alright, input direction gradient. Input direction gradient. I need another input. Let me just... Let's just move all this input shit up here. Alright, shore direction down here. Time goes over here. Shore direction, shore gradient. Bam, 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 bam. We then have our shore multiplier and our shore lerp, which I guess is literally just this now. So that can go down here. Yep. Hello, fellow water-based life forms. Hello, hello. How's it going? Then we have our shore multiplier. Which we're not actually using right now. So then shore wave direction is all good. So then our ocean. This is called our ocean direction. And then our ocean wave direction. Shore wave gradient, shore wave direction. And then we just need input our ocean gradient, which is then going to be named ocean gradient. Right, now I have to actually like hook these things in. So, shore wave direction is all good. Then the shore gradient needs to go into here. ocean wave direction, ocean gradient. It's so ugly. Why is ocean gradient a 3 for? You need to be a 1 zone. And preview value, yeah, whatever. Alright, ocean direction, we want it to be radial. The ocean gradient is the length of that. Shore direction is this. The shore gradient is the length of that. Or maybe the length 1 minus, you know. We can decide that. So now we have our radial ocean waves, and they are peaking the right direction. And then our shore here, shoreline, needs to be 1 minus -ed. Yeah, so that is now going the correct way, but now we get this again. So is it that we need to change this to be not 1 minus? So now it's going this way, but then we 1 minus it here. Is that it? How? What am I... I need to see this shit. Give me this thing. And get in my belly. Get in the emissive, you shitlord. And do it before the thing. Okay, so our what's it called? Shore gradient. I guess because the RVT is 0 by default, right? And so when we draw this shit, if I fucking lengthen that. MF length. Get this, do your thing, length, blah, 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 blah. And we want the inside to be white. So we definitely have to do this so that the outside is black. Like this. Cool. So then, in our dude, our schmoobly doodah, our doodad, we are getting ocean gradient. Wait, why are you? Oh, you're a dude. Oh, shit. How would I? I mean, I can just do. I can mask the R. For now. What the fuck? Why are you not... Ocean gradient, scalar, ocean gradient. Ocean gradient, wave gradient. Bruh. Alright, shore lerp. 0. Is that just because, you know... Right. That's just because I fucked up. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. Wow. Who would have thought? So the shore lerp is the wrong fucking way around. Shore lerp, you need to be... So our shore waves are going the correct way now, with the correct direction. Our ocean shit's just straight up fucked. But if this was 1 minus shore gradient. So now we have these. Now this is going the wrong ass way, MF. Oh, because that's going into there. So this needs to go into there. So now the waves go the correct direction. Yes. They have the correct direction here to do their, like, you know, circularity and shit and their peak squishing. And it's lerping with the ocean waves, whatever they're doing. Cool. And then here is where the, you know, the fucking island would be. So, like, who fucking cares, you know? I mean, maybe we care. Let me do math real quick. Let's just fucking this one. I'm just gonna use this as a debugger. So this is our gradient, which we also use as the mask to do all the shite. But we want to get anything on this side and lerp it down to 0, probably. So we can start with round, length round. So that will round this to 0, this to 1. Then we can 1 minus. Then we can length sine 2. Sine these nuts. And then add this shit to this shit. And then saturate that. So then we should have a fall off from halfway circularly. Yeah. And then we would multiply the wave intensity by this thing. So we just get our gradient, round sine, fucking blah, 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 blah. Shore multiplier, round, sine, suck my gnuts, my gnugs. Shore multiplier, blah, 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 blah. And then where we do the shore shit, where they all get sumized. Shore multiplier. Where's the WPO happen? No, phone. I think WPO is the last one. Yeah. Let me just multiply here. So this will just stop them from, like, giga fucking. We're still going to get this shit. But that should be hidden. In theory. It's not a very big fall off, is it? I guess it is sine. What if I did a linear fall off? I don't know. Is this even necessary? Is anything necessary? That didn't do anything. Shore gradient. We round it. 1 minus sine 2. Add them together, saturate. Are we there yet? I don't know. Let me try a different approach. Let's make it a bit more fall-offious. Fall-office. Oh, we could power on top of that. Just to like... But then it's going to be kind of fucky, isn't it? Whatever. Power of 2. Easy. I feel like it's not working. Oh, is it supposed to take the 1 minus here? And use that? Yeah. I'm just dumb as fuck. Alright. Right, it was doing it on this side, which it defeats the whole fucking purpose. So. Right. Because we 1 minus it. Wait, are we 1 minusing that on the way in? We are. Why, though? Right, because we want the black part to be over here, but we want it to go in this direction. So... I don't fucking know. It works, it works. So we probably don't need that square then, right? We would just want it to flatten out as it kind of goes under the ocean. Sorry, under the island. And then ideally we would, you know, delete all of the bits here. Or just hide them or cull them using some shit. Who knows? Alright. So... how do we make this not look shit again? Oh, you know what else we need? We need the output direction, which is literally just shore wave direction, shore lerp. Let's do an output called foam direction. Or I guess final direction. They're normalized, yeah. Yeah, you can see the foam here is going the wrong fucking way. So final direction is here. Waves hello. It's good. I like it. I like it. Let's just put this into the base color. Or am I gonna have to do two fucking thingos? No, this should be fine. I probably want it to be a non-normalize. Oh no, because I get normalized and then lerped. Which means that, yeah, we do get 0 values. Or zeroed values. So yeah, no, that's good, that's good. Which means that over here, our foam should be moving in the positive dude direction. Oh, that kind of looks like it's going the wrong way. Is that because I multiplied it by -1? Potentially, potentially. The foam should be going this way. That looks better. Yeah, it is going this way. Cool. You know what else might be fucked, though? Is the... I think something I've noticed is the foam is going the wrong way. As in, like, the trails are back to front. Yeah, the foam's starting over here and going... It's like this whole fucking thing's going backwards. Oh, wait, is this thing going backwards? Fuck my ass. Alright, forgot about that. Remember how I did that and then... Remember how I reversed time for some reason? It's fine, it's fine. It is fine. I can fix this. How do I fix this? How do I get... Yeah, I mean, it should get swept up in the wave. But... God, now my stuff's going backwards. The shore's going the wrong way. Should I just let it run backwards and flip the foam around? I mean, at this point, why the fuck not? Whatever. And then this frack gets 1 minus. Yeah, like the foam's building up before the waves hit. Now it should be that the foam trails behind the waves. Yeah, like that. Like that. Before it was going the other way. This just feels wrong, though. Although I guess we were subtracting time, so we're subtracting negative time, therefore moving forward in time again? Question mark? Right, now we're pogging again. Right, so the next step, if I'm happy with all this shit, is... Let's go up a bit, but divide bigger number. So it kind of sticks around a bit more. Yeah, it's a bit better. Any plans for the shoreline? I have it. It's right here. Just imagine that these meshes don't exist, or it's hidden by a big thing. Do I have a thing anywhere? Here. Let me do. I don't know, something like that. Who fucking knows? I've never been outside. I don't know what the ocean looks like. I mean, obviously, yes, I need to figure out how to do it nicely. But yeah, it is kind of... we're starting to figure it out. Here's like a more normal looking example, I guess. Copy fluid flux over an insane looking one. Yeah, but that would require like effort and stuff. Plus I'd need to get fluid flux. Yeah. But yeah, I can do a lerp using the height. So we can get the, we can pretty much get what the original, like, plane is. Compare that to the shoreline. And then use that to kind of zhuzh it up a little bit. To make it kind of, like, stick to the shore. In a way. And also just a material effect would sell this pretty well. And ignore this. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff we can do to make it not a complete nightmare. Cool. Yikes. Hawk Tour. Thank you, thank you. Look at this vortex in the middle. I think I'm losing track of like scale. I need to just get our man and just like, you know, reference point. What do these waves look like? Like, are these all too high wavelength? Although, actually, our ocean wavelengths and our shore wavelengths are different. I just remembered. So we actually can do this nicely. By, yeah, like having our ocean wavelengths much higher. Or like biased towards higher. To get some sweet, sweet interference and whatnot. Yeah. But then our shore to be like way lower. What's it called? Because, yeah, like, at the shore, we want, like, detail. In the ocean, we want big fuck. Where's our human person? There he is. Hello, human person. Yeah, Yeah, we can also just, like, not disable, we can also change the shoreline steepness, so the shoreline in and outedness. Yeah, it's something. But yeah, some kind of, you know, allowing it to kind of ride up the shore instead of just kind of like disappearing into it would be better. So that this kind of shit doesn't happen. Which, again, we just ramp it up the shoreline. What do you listen to when working, if anything? I listen to what you're listening to now, because I... Lately, I only work on stream. But if I'm not streaming, I usually listen to other streamers. Anyway, such focus advice, just curious. Streaming. Streaming is great for focus. In some respects, streaming is really good for focus. In others, it's terrible. But I think streaming's great for motivation. But terrible for productivity. Because you end up, you know, chatting to everyone instead of doing what you're supposed to be doing. Which is fine. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, that's what was different. Low pass. Yeah. What if I turned this back to single layer water? Wouldn't that be so funny? Spasticating over there a little bit. Why is that getting super angry again? Oh, that'd be the normals, wouldn't it? Am I hearing aura wavy already? Yeah. It's getting there, it's getting there. Oh, wow. What is this value supposed to be? Scattering these nuts. I don't fucking know. Just 0, 1? Just, that's fine, whatever. Can you change the color based on the distance of the shoreline? Yeah, I can do that. I don't know. I don't know what color water is. I've never fucking seen water before. Legit. No, I'm kidding. Of course I've seen water. It's this color. Hmm. I mean, yeah, I could do like brown. That would be more accurate. Poop color. I don't know. That just looks too blue. It needs to be like greener. But I don't know if I can know. I also need this two-sided sign. Saturating 1 minus gets added into here and then clear to 1. So why are we getting the... No, that's correct, yeah. And what's happening here? Oh, that's just because of the void over here. I don't know. I don't even know what an ocean is. Who fucking knows? Sounds fake. Sounds like fake news. The other thing that I was going to do is to add... Because, like, all of these Gerstner waves are unidirectional. And then we're just using time distortion to create interference patterns. Which works. But it can look a bit fucky. I was thinking of adding just some omnidirectional ones to, you know, create more interference and whatnot. Now we're stylizing. Now we're stylizationing. Yo, boom! How's it going? Welcome to Spaghetti Land, where we are spaghettifying. See, there's like a point where... Wait, what's my ocean wavelength maximum? 8,000. See there, like it all kind of... We get a big ass, like, zhuzh. I guess that's just, yeah, the way it works, right? Or it all comes together. No, like there, it just all fums. Why does that happen? Is there some thing that I'm not accounting for? Like, it's almost like there's one that doesn't have something plugged in. Gradient, 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 direction, gradient, direction, gradient, direction. What about here? Shore wave gradient, direction. Shore wave gradient, direction. Gradient, direction. Gradient, direction. Gradient, direction. Gradient, direction. There it is. Right. I'm dumb as fuck. Okay, so we had one that was just like doing the entire world up and down. Because it didn't have a... And it was the lowest wavelength one. Fucking classic. All right. Okay, so we shouldn't get that kind of pulsing anymore. All right, now we can go back through and do... Ignore that. That's so... Why does it not... Oh, who cares? All right, let's get our noise again. So this used to be 1, which I think is fine for the longest wavelengths. And then maybe 1 again, just so it's really choppy and shit. The main thing is that we don't want to be able to see these like circular time distortion patterns. Maybe 1 for that. Fuck it. And then the smallest one. This is like where the whole thing kind of comes together, right? I mean, like, up close, it looks fine. I mean, even from afar, it looks fine. So, yellow. It's just why are these going funny now that we're... I don't know. Bounds. Big. Can I just, like, tell it not to... I don't know why that is. Let me turn off the masking, actually. And we're just gonna get these, like, tubes, but yeah, whatever. It's better than that fucking glitchy ass shit. It must be because the dithering affects the thingoing. Oh, so what's this look like without AA? Wow, it actually looks like... I don't know. I don't fucking know anything. Who am I? Probably looks better on stream with AA disabled. How does this look with my cell shader? Oh wow, that looks great. Yeah. Nice. That looks so good. VS Code in light mode? Shit. I would need to cube map that manually, wouldn't I? Did non-Euclidean spaces possible in UE5? It's definitely not built for it. You could use... It depends. It depends. Alright, I got this working. We got the shores working. I'm pretty happy to call it there for now. I know we were gonna do... What time is it? Oh, it's nearly 5 a.m. Yeah, we were gonna do... Where's this live again? PrismaticaDev. Water stuff. We need to... write our Gerstner wave function in Niagara, which we started doing in compute da waves. I need to go through and, you know, whatever shit we changed. You know, do that. Because then we need to run our wave sim locally on a render target. So it'll be like around the player. The reason for that is we can then compute the velocities, the height, all of that shit, the crest mask. Then we can start shooting particles out of our wave to actually, like, you know, make this not look like horse shit. And now that we've got the RVT stuff sorted, we can use the RVT in that render target to also get the shore waves. So that is good, I guess. Yeah. But I reckon, I don't know, do I want to wrap it up? I think I should. I think... I was so dead today. Like... I slept for like a quadrillion hours. No cap. A literal quadrillion. Yeah, cool. All right. Thanks everyone for watching. That was quite chill. Quite chillious. Quite Chilean. We are going to be raiding... Raid Kindred. It's not very often that we stream at the same time. Yeah, so basically tomorrow is Friday, or Friday night. I want to start doing the Niagara side of things. Now that we've ironed out the waves and the wave shit, we're pretty... It's pretty, like, set in stone. I like, there's not much else I want to do to the actual, like, wave simulation and whatnot. You know, obviously I can tweak the foam, you know, the foam trail shit, foam direction, whatever, you know, play around with getting these tubes a bit less stupid. But I think it will all come to life when we're actually spawning particles at the foam locations and whatnot. I might add some interference waves, but honestly, I think the time distortion looks fine. Fine enough. We could add some more shorter wavelength waves that then don't get computed in buoyancy and stuff. And obviously with like really big ships, they don't need to compute buoyancy for like the lowest or the, you know, the highest frequency waves and stuff. So they can probably be chill. Recursive coding, is this a flip simulation? This is a sum of Gerstner waves. Unidirectional sum of how do I even describe this? It's a sum of unidirectional Gerstner waves with time distortion interference. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So it's a non-physical, or it takes some creative shortcuts to make it more cheaper. But yeah, I think it looks decent. These bits are so funny. Thank you, thank you. It's pretty much just the gist of it is like a Gerstner wave is, instead of like a sine wave, right? So if you have the world position and you add time, so the world position value is constantly increasing, but then you put it through a sine wave, you get this kind of thing, right? But it's only like up and down. So like say there's 2 points here. They're just going like, you know, up and down like this. Whereas a Gerstner wave introduces circularity like this. So you have a bunch of things in a row that are like doing this, and you end up with this peak in the middle. And the whole thing kind of shifts around in kind of circular patterns. And you can see that here. where we have like these big wavelengths. That's why you get like this kind of pullback, right? It's like, ooh, it's pulling back to then form the next wave. Because there's this big, 8,000 centimeter wavelength wave that's like moving in a circle. And so when you add a bunch of those circles together, you get realistic waves. That's kind of how waves work in real life. They move in circles. Which is why, like, when you're at the beach, you get dragged out into waves and then pushed and that kind of thing. And so what I'm doing is... So usually there would be a bunch of different Gerstner waves going in, like, heaps of different random directions. And those overlaps create, the kind of interference breakup patterns. Where, like, there's a wave... here, but there isn't one here. But I didn't want to do so many waves, and I wanted my waves to be more, like, unidirectional, because in my world, all of the wind blows towards the center of the world, which means that all the waves would pretty much... build up towards the center of the world. And so... And I also needed it to be radial from world origin. So I decided to do them all in one direction, but then use deterministic time distortion patterns to, essentially, like, speed up and slow down the waves at, like, these different points in the world. It's like just a noise pattern. And then that creates the interference patterns. So if I turn the interference patterns off, it looks really stupid. Like, trying to think of a nice way to do this. So I literally just do this. I might even do a multiplier here. I don't know. So if I do this, then you can see that it looks really stupid. With the ghost waves, you use cosine for the horizontal movement. Cosine for the original wave, and then sine for the horizontal movement. But you could do it. You could do it that way, with a sine for the up and down and cosine for the horizontal. So yeah, this is how it looks without the interference patterns, or with the time distortion, and then, just with like the two biggest ones plugged in. Then you can see, yeah, we're starting to get some like waviness and whatever. And this is what makes it physically inaccurate, because, we're speeding up and slowing down a wave arbitrarily. But, I think it looks good. Yeah. It looks like, a 32 Gerstner wave simulation without needing 32 Gerstner waves. It's just an 8 wave. So basically, it's a map of sine waves offset by whirl position and time, so that the ocean doesn't tile, but it also adds to know how you spell it wave, which provide value that make the waves peak. The peaks move horizontally in order to mimic waves. Yeah, pretty much. So the actual Gerstner function that I'm using is very messy because I generate some like masks inside it, so just ignore these upward dudes. I could named reroute them, but essentially we give it a gradient, which is just like you know, negative infinity in the x direction to positive infinity in the x direction if we wanted our waves to go in the x direction. I'm supplying it with a distance from world origin, so 0 here and infinity all the way over there. And then we multiply that gradient by the wavelength of the wave. Or, sorry, 2 pi. So, you know, circles and shit. 2 pi divided by the wavelength. Multiplied together. And so that, once we start subtracting time from that, that gives us the, you know, the animation and whatnot. So one of them goes into cosine, which does... Oh, that's for the crest mask. Multiplied by the z direction, so up and down. That gets multiplied by the amplitude. And then we subtract the, well, the sine. We have the direction from here. That's going over to... Zoop. Over to here. Can I straighten that out? Alright, I want this to be tidier because people are going to be referencing this in the plugin. Steepness value, blah, 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 blah. Basically, it just says move it back and forth in the wave direction. You know, in the peaks and the valleys. So backwards in the valleys and forwards at the peaks. And that gives us one Gerstner wave. And then we just add them all together and, you know. Then it's just chilling from there. Yeah, I think it looks decent. I think it looks pretty good. I need to work on the foam a bit more. The foam texture is quite tiley. I might even move to a 4K foam texture. Or a 2K foam texture. Because it gets used everywhere, this texture, so... I don't know. You gonna make a video about the Chaos character you did last 2 weeks, or is it personally... I will, once it's more developed. It still needs a bit of love. It still needs some work. But I'll definitely be making a video on it. It'll be a part of the Prismatica devlogs Season 2. Because it's relevant to my game, but I'm going to be open sourcing a lot of stuff I do for Prismatica this year, or just from now on. In the hopes that, like, people will, you know, fork this plugin and maybe, like, improve it or fix things or, like, nativize some shit or whatever. Or just use it in their projects and provide feedback. And yeah, I'll also make videos about what it's doing and also why I wanted to do it, you know. A lot of people will just pull it and complain about bugs rather than fix it themselves. Yeah. Life do be like that. Yeah. Yeah, scripted in Unreal Engine before, only Unity is Unreal, script stuff in C++, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so Unreal is primarily a C++ engine. So it's a C++ engine. It's like a managed C++. So a lot of people will, be writing C++ code. But there's also the blueprint. There's also the blueprint scripting language, which is really good because it's like a pre-compiled language. It means it like compiles instantly. So me coming from a non-coding background, I just find it way more intuitive to, have like a function and then plug them in together and, be able to kind of visualize the flow of code easier. Those light up when they're being true. Yeah. So if I go to, let me find where there's like branching or something. Here. And if I run this, I don't know if it'll actually do it for this character. Where's the, here we go. This guy. So you can actually visualize the flow of code. So when I'm not on the ground, you can see that this actually changes. So there's that kind of debugging, which is really good. The instantaneous compile time is really good. So if I was like, oh, actually, we want to be predicting the contact normal using a line trace and blah, blah, blah. Plug that in, compile, and it's done. And it's like, okay, now it's using, now I'm doing a look-ahead trace so that my character is predicting the upcoming slope and adjusting their trajectory accordingly. So if I like try and run into this slope over here at full speed, you can see that just before I hit it, okay, maybe that wasn't. I can't remember. But, oh no, we're not even... Yeah, true, whatever. Anyway, it's cool. Yeah, true, breakpoints. Breakpoints are also good. So, if I wanted to, like, if I had something and I wanted to know when it was being triggered, then you can just F9. And whenever this gets triggered, which it will be at begin play, because my character is in the air slightly. Okay, so now whenever I leave the ground again, it's going to trigger that, pause the game, and then, you can also check the values that are going on in here, so I can be like, oh, what's the current feet position? Feet position is negative 1900, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, it's super easy to debug with Blueprint. And then the other thing that you've probably seen me dicking with is the material graph, which I've been doing, the waves and stuff in. This is a similar concept to Blueprint, but this is all pre-compiled HLSL, code segments. And this gets compiled into HLSL, you know, when you compile it. But I think it's a lot easier for, like, people coming from, you know, Photoshop or Blender uses a node graph, like Material Graph. Yeah, it's pretty easy to just, like, smack this all together. How many instructions on the water material so far? Less than I thought. So 1200 in the pixel shader. Keep in mind this is single layer water, which is dumb expensive. Vertex shader only 1900. Which isn't too bad. If this was an opaque material, it would be like 500 pixel shader, 1900 in the vertex shader. Panic when I see him, I go over 300. True. Yeah, that's fair. Oh my god, look at this smeary TAA. Oh my god, how do gamers even... Sorry, let me catch up on the chat. What do you thought about Chaos Cloth, Epic's newer cloth clothing solution? I haven't really looked into it too much. I'm very, like, old school with my approaches, so I just use bones. Just, like, bone clothing. For, like, you know, clothing jiggle and whatnot. I find that using bones is, like, way more controllable. And you get less, like... You know, like, you pause the game and then the character's hair just, like, fucking yeets everywhere and stuff. It's just, yeah. Bones with, like, you know, a simple animation-based simulation. Or you could even bake, you know, clothing jiggle and whatnot. But I'll probably end up using it for something like, you know, like long capes and whatnot. But I think doing just, like, clothing physics on the body of a character is a bit crazy. Use BP for college, it's amazing. Yeah, Blueprint is, like... It's great. Heaps of games have been made with just Blueprint. Like Crim's game. Suit for Hire. I mean, Come Z. Is going to be made in Blueprint. All the debug because Arizona dude looks sick. Wish you had that. There might be some stuff in Unity to do that. A lot of that is just like draw debug line from, you know, character origin to whatever the vector is, you know, and whatnot. And then just a draw debug string function. What's best way to learn Blueprint for game dev? My advice is to learn as you go. So rather than trying to learn everything and then being like, I'm ready to game dev and then jumping in, just download Unreal, you know, follow some basic tutorials or whatever, and then just start making a game. Like, just jump in, fuck around, find out, you know, make mistakes, learn what wasn't optimal, code yourself into corners, you know, like, do a bunch of band-aid fixes on edge cases until it all falls apart, and eventually you'll just become, like, a fucking master. You have to go to bed, don't chat keep you up. We can talk all day. I mean, to be fair, I woke up at midnight from like a 3-hour nap. And I've kind of been sleeping all day, so I don't know, I'll probably... I don't know, I might just stay up. Just make shit. Yeah, exactly. Just make shit. But it's definitely a good approach. Wish Epic offered more examples for Chaos Cloth. Yeah, I think Epic need to just... I don't know. I don't know, man. There's just like so much stuff. The engine has so much stuff and not enough stuff. Has so much stuff and not enough finished stuff, you know? That's my takeaway. My game is pure BP. BP is more powerful than people think. Yes, it's slower to compute than typical C++, but it's not that noticeable on many small things. If you try to make a game like PUBG on the scale it is, 100 players, there's actually huge amounts of code behind. Maybe that's when we move some of those heavy things over, but the rest don't hurt. Yeah, exactly. I think you can go very, very far with just Blueprint. And there's a subsection of people, like elitist people, who will tell you that, you know, you need to learn C++, and you need to do this, and you need to do that. But, like, you know, you don't need to do anything. You just do whatever you want, and you'll make it work. And, like, eventually you'll get to the point where you'll know that something should be done in C++. And then you'll take the steps to learn C++. But when you go to learn C++ and you're already, like, a fucking Blueprint wizard, learning C++ is, like, cake. Because, like, you're using all the same functions, you're using all the same kind of syntax. You know how, like, local variables are handled. You know everything. It's just a matter of learning a, new language. Some kind of plugin, or you coded this yourself? This is all what I've been doing the past 3 days. Is this water. I mean, it's just a water shader at the moment. But it's a part of the Prismatiscape suite of interaction effects. Which is, like for grass, trails. Love some grass trails. Footprinty things. Dust simulation. Puddle interaction. Particle interaction, particle wind interaction, water and foliage interaction. Some more foggy shit, I guess. I don't know. Water. More water. With bouncing ripples. Wow. So advanced. Oh god, that's terrifying. And then in the latest update, I started to implement the rivers. Rivers with river interaction, basically. So I can, like, stand in a river and I'll generate a foam trail without moving and stuff. But yeah, I'm just working on an ocean shader. Oh wow, that looks great. Yeah, nice work. Nice. Yeah, nice. I love it. I think I know why that's happening. I need to propagate the default settings from the thinger. Yo, why doesn't Assassin's Creed Shadows have, like, foliage interaction like this? Because it's like a stealth game, you know? They need to stop making new features? Yeah, I agree. I think they need to do a big, like, revision pass. Of, like, a lot of shit. And I mean, they need to, I mean, I don't know. I was never really part of, like, Unreal Slackers or those Discord servers and whatnot. But, like, from what I've heard, or at least what it seems even, is just that, like, the Unreal team used to be way more, I guess, involved in the community. And now it's kind of very, I don't know. Shooting against civil doesn't seem very friendly, and in Unreal it's esoteric. The guy in the tutorial kept asking to not give up. Yeah, I think in some ways C++ is easier in Unreal than just, you know, in the wild. But in other ways, it's worse or more confusing. I guess it depends on if you've already got some C++ experience or Blueprint experience. Didn't they make some kind of substance designer texture graph thing too? Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, who are they targeting with that? Like, I don't know. Can that texture graph do, like, runtime texture generation? Or is it just for generating... Like, you know, can I make a procedural asset and then use that texture graph to texture it at runtime? Or is it just for, like, in-editor stuff? I don't know. But then why not just use the frickin' material graph for that? Why they have to make a new graph again? You've noticed the performance between 5.4, just updated from 5.4, it seemed pretty noticeable. A performance boost? I'm not sure. I usually cap myself at 60 FPS because I'm streaming. So I don't notice any. I'm just rock solid all the time. I want to figure out why this was just going super nuts. I think it's because of the Ocean Manager. What's the thing to apply instance changes to Blueprint? There we go. Nope. Why is it so angry? It's just that the amplitude multiplier is getting set to some silly number on begin play. Why is this? Is that just the material parameter collection? I think I don't know. That's another day's problem. Unreal Engine is a kit and a half that includes so much that incorporates literally everything in one program, animating, modeling, cramming all in one program. It's awesome and it works, but Jesus, there's so much to look at sometimes you don't require 99% of the time. It's classified because all this extra crap that UE provides us. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's kind of like it's dividing, it's spreading. I think it's spreading the engine development too thin. You know? Like, I think they're spreading engine development too thin, and, you know, there were like, weren't there like layoffs or like something in the past year? I don't know. If you don't do it the hard way, you won't grow hair on your chest, mate. That's right, that's right. It's alright, Recursive. I'm not like, you guys aren't keeping me up. I'm just chatting, you know. Just chatting. This shit's got so much. It's hood of plugin. Yeah. Water, the plugin. Water. The water plugin. Wow, look at these waves. They look so good. Wow, is this Sea of Thieves? Is that Sea of Thieves? Is this Valorant? There's time when UE is actually implementing systems that convert BP logic to C++1 build BP nativization. Yeah, yeah. Too much hell at the time. The bloke UE behind it stopped the project. Guess maybe one day if they manage it. There's someone. There is someone working on. What's it? I think it's called BP2CPP. By some guy on Twitter. Twitter X. Can't remember his name, but yeah. Someone was working on it. It wasn't that they were converting Blueprint to C++. They were converting Blueprint to the whatever C++ gets compiled into, like just fucking machine code or some shit. So pretty much just removing Blueprint from the Blueprint virtual machine so that it runs on top. Okay, they're bigger brands now for sure. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot more corporate, whereas 8 years ago it felt a lot more homey / together. Yeah. Just too large nowadays? Yeah. Have you seen Ocean Waves in the new Assassin's Creed Shadows? I haven't seen it yet. No. Just commenting on the fact that Unreal has whole new syntax and issues, so if your base level is not solid, it might be more confusing. I think it kind of goes both ways. I think for some people, if they already know C++, then it will be more confusing. But at the same time, if you learn Blueprint first, then you know, you'll just be able to pick up Unreal C++ pretty quickly. GameDev, just want to ask, do you publish your works as plugins in UE Marketplace? I do. This one here, the PrismaticaDev plugin that we're toying around with at the moment, this is on the Fab Marketplace or Gumroad. Gumroad has, if you're from like a country with a less powerful dollar, you can get a discount and whatnot. But yeah, this is on Marketplace on Fab. It's $34 USD, which I believe is a decent price compared to, you know, those big $200 plugin thingos. If it's just in-editor stuff, I could see it being neat for icons and whatnot, but this is just useless resources. Yeah. Yeah, I feel ya. Who likes having graphs inside of graphs? To have graphs that use those graphs to make it in graphs for graphs. Yeah. Do you plan to use a subsystem for your Ocean Manager? Yes. Probably. I don't know. Actually, honestly, I could probably just keep it as a blueprint. As an actor. And just... Because the what's it called? The get actor of class node, you know, I can just, for the buoyancy component that needs to, you know, compute the wave height to do buoyancy and shit, on begin play, it can just get actor of class, PrismaticaDev Ocean Waves Manager, store a reference to it, and then... You know, rather than it being a singleton. Because I forget where I saw this, but the get actor of class node is, like, actually quite performant because all of the actors are, like, hashed. So it doesn't have to go through the entire list to, like, you know, to then find the one, you know, check all of them. Oh, is this the class? No. Is this the class? Is this the class? No. Blah, blah, blah. It can just pretty much instantly get what it's looking for. Just found Unreal Circus 30 days ago. People there... And we finally set up VS after a leave of 5 days trying to install them. Nice, nice. I think with like bigger Discord servers, you just have to kind of be persistent and also understanding that, you know, like if there's like 100 people asking questions, some of them are just going to get lost. Does it sell well on Fab? We're going to say, unsure if we're going to focus on other marketplaces. I haven't looked at Fab in a little bit. Epic Publisher Portal. Publishing Portal. Oh yeah, there is input lag on the thingo. That's interesting. Alright, I'm going to close engine down now. No more looking at waves. Let's see. What do you mean does not support the latest engine of Unreal Engine? That's a lie. Let's see, reports. So do I still get... Okay, I do get fab listing. Ow. Stuff. Let's see, what is... Oh, I know, that's from 2024. That is not the... Start date, end date. 2025, 2026, whatever. Submit. Right. Can I payout report? Blah, blah, blah. And year-to-date USD. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I must have to go to fab.com to actually see shit. Is that 5.5? Yeah, it should be on... Yeah, no, people have the 5.5 update. So yeah, it should... It's probably just that fab is... Yeah, that's live. Changes needed, none. Pending approval, none. Live, blah, blah, blah. PrismaticaDev Direction plugin. So how do I check my sales and shit? Show me the thing. Show me the money. Any account settings? I don't know. Shit's confusing. Marketplace seller. What do you mean? I'm already in the fucking payment management? No. Alright, let's go fab. Publish. Sales reports. Here we go. Okay, this is up to date. So today is the 3rd month. So since it has... Oh, it goes reverse order. That's so dumb. Ooh, someone bought it with the professional license. Hell yeah. It's funny. So 2 days ago, net units 5 in 1 day. That's kind of sick. So it looks like an average of it's about an average of a sale a day through Fab. So since the 2nd of Feb, there's been 43 sales. Which is pretty much how it was on the market, like the old marketplace. Obviously after the big, like, you know, the release boost. But yeah. Yeah, about a sale a day. So $35 a day, plug-in stuff. 35 US, which is like fucking 60 Australian, which is nice. That's like 6 pizzas per day. Very cool. Ooh. Celine, you'll be back in 2020, so a few years under your belt, but within that time frame, you've pulled off such levels of material work. What'd you learn, and how did you teach yourself this crazy work? I'd love to be able to work in materials like you do without being stumped off 4 nodes. I think the main thing is to just keep going and don't listen to anyone. Just... people will be like, dude, what you're doing, like, what a fucking waste of time. Like, you know, you're not going to get hired at a AAA company if you're spending time doing this and that, and, you know, do scope things down, and maybe just, like, use the, you know, use gas and use, you know, use this inbuilt system to do the thing and the whatever. But, like, you know, I'm the one in front of the camera, you know. Not you. But no, I think stick to your guns, believe in yourself, and just keep doing shit. You know, just keep doing shit, brute force, try stuff, experiment. If something seems like a stupid idea, then it might be worth pursuing. Because I think, and obviously this depends on if you want, you know, are you looking for a steady job in the, you know, in the industry, whether that's AAA or AA or whatever, versus... are you a hobbyist, and do you want to experiment and potentially, like, further the discourse of the craft, because that's what I'm trying to do. Is, like, I'm passionate about video games and the potential of video games, and then, you know, if I come up with some stupid idea that makes sense to me, maybe not to other people at first, but, like, I know deep down, like, once I get this idea, you know, and nail it, it's gonna be, like, so fucking lit and whatever. You know, and then obviously doing it, like, doing the YouTube channel, trying to help other people learn stuff, and, you know, like, I've had a lot of people that are tell me that, like, you know, oh, I have, like, you know, I have a full-time job at a studio because, like, I learned so much from your videos that I became, like, a tech artist, and now I'm, like, doing X, Y, Z, and blah, 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 blah. So... as for, like, what types of things did you refer to, watch, read, etc. before you got into it, though? Like, as you said, you had no experience beforehand. Yeah, I just don't know how you picked it up so fast. So I didn't really read anything before I got into it. I just got into it and, like, learned as I went. So I think the first thing I ever did was a tutorial where you use the third person template, and you move the character into a collision box, which then turns a light on. Or you click, or you get near it, it comes up with a prompt, you press a button, you turn the light on, and then you can turn it off again. And that was, like, the first thing that I did to kind of learn Blueprint and whatever. And then from there, I can remember doing, like, a character top-down perspective character that would face where the mouse was. Like that it would rotate and stuff. That was like the second thing I ever did. That was when I learned about like line traces. You know, you can just do a line trace and get collision data. But I don't know. I think a lot of it is just like trial and error. Everything is trial and error. So like, I don't know. Like, knowing what advice to ignore and what advice to, you know, to, what's it called? The game is interesting anymore. AA ventures, indie collaboration is the future. AAA is not surviving. We'll have A, AA, and quadruple A. Ubisoft quadruple A. Oh, I think my internet's dying. Titan, sorry, I did see that question a while ago. I will ignore that advice. Nice. Do you use a UE Skelly or a custom simplified Skelly? You sound like a... Use the Unreal skeleton, the Unreal 4 skeleton hierarchy without the IK bones, but I also add a bunch of other bones. Like hair bones and like jiggle bones and, you know, clothing bones and whatnot. But the default Unreal skeleton is actually pretty solid. And it's also got the benefit of, you know, interoperability, where like, you know, all the animations on the marketplace are retargeted to the Unreal skeleton, and so you can pretty much just get away with like slapping it on with a bit of tweaking and whatnot. Do you have the extra brains through your software or virtual sockets in UE? I do it in... I add the bone sockets... Oh, sorry, I add the bones in Blender. Because that's where I do like all my weighting and stuff. Because the extra bones actually need data. You know, like vertex weighting and stuff. So that, like, the hair... You know, I do, like, a hair cage rather than, like, individual strands of hair. So I just have, like, you know, bone here, and then bone here, and then one at the back that I think has 3 joints. And then just do, like, a proximity weight. So, like, instead of individual strands and shit and having, like, 100 hair bones... It's like, if this bone moves, then, like, just all the hair kind of moves like this. And it, you know, it looks fine. Can I have bones directly in UE now? Yeah, true. There is scaly mesh editing in Unreal, but... Again, it's like... It's like the Unreal Engine scaly mesh editor is never going to be as good as Blender. So, like, why bother putting resources into that? Like, I get it as, like, oh, I just imported this mesh and all of my normals are facing inside out. Or, like, oh, I just imported this mesh and there's, like, one stray vertex, you know... And I'm just going to, like, pick it out there. But... Like, Blender is already free. So there's no... There's no, like, entry barrier. And Blender is also... open source. And Blender also has an established, you know, ecosystem of... plugins. And so it's kind of like, you know, like even a company as big as Unreal Engine, Epic, whatever, they're just not going to be able to catch up to Blender. So it's like, who are the modeling tools for? Like, if it was like the only 3D modeling software was, you know, Maya and 3ds Max and whatever, where you got to pay like $1 billion subscription, and then Unreal was like, oh yeah, come and use our engine, and we've got like this 3D modeling stuff in there, and like the engine's free to use and blah blah, then it would make sense to, like, you know, invest resources into that. But like, Blender exists, and it's just, it's like, why? Blender is so good. Blender is so fucking good. Although Blender does kind of suffer from the same problems as Unreal, where it just has so many different, you know, features and little, like, you know, you've got like the EV renderer and the cycles renderer, and there's like some things that you can only do in this thing and the blah blah. But again, it's better than nothing. So is it physics-based animation software? I can't remember the name, or Blender. I'm using Cascadeur for animation, which, yeah, has a like a physics-driven animation touch-up feature. Did a pretty good job with the ring, though. That was surprising. Yeah, I mean, like, I can see the benefit of, for example, procedurally generating characters and, you know, having the tools to do, like, a proximity bone weight, or to do a weight transfer from, like, a shell mesh. That kind of thing. For, like, runtime applications. Which I think is cool. You could do some, like, spore level shit. Or, like, generate a skeleton. And then procedurally generate a mesh around that skeleton. And then do procedural animations to animate it and whatnot. That's where I can see the 3D, you know, the Scaly Mesh tools being pretty cool. And I guess then the you know, in-editor version is kind of just I don't know. But you only have a head, which makes it hard to control the orientation. Yeah. It's I don't know. Manipulated dopamine is not relevant. Everything can be said to do that. The fundamental issues of lack of substance, virtual hamster wheel meant to siphon time from your life, just like slots. I think all games are like that. I think that's just the nature of games in general. Like, humans don't need games to survive. Like, we need food, we need water. You know, we need cats. But that's about it. And, you know, like, you know, chess, for example. Chess is the oldest game of all time. I don't fucking know. But, what's the point? It's just like two people sitting down, moving some bits around, and like, yeah, okay, you're like, you can show that you're smarter than you, but like, is that going to put food on the table? Is it going to stop, you know, the whole place from burning down or whatever? Like, it's just a game. It doesn't mean anything. So I think that games are a complete waste of time. They're not real, but the experience of playing a game can be valuable to a person. Whether that is just, you know, Vampire Survivors, you know, just like dopamine rush kind of thing. This is what it provides you in terms of value. But value is subjective. Value is completely subjective. If someone enjoys playing Balatro and, you know, getting lucky because their build just like came together out of nowhere, like, you know, it was like, oh, I need this one thing and blah blah blah. But, you know, there's heaps to learn from games like that. You can learn about game design, you know. It's like Flappy Bird. Flappy Bird, literally one mechanic, but one of the most successful games of all time. But why is that? Why is Flappy Bird so good? Because, like, yeah, you could say that, like, everyone except you is dumb as hell. And, like, how could someone even like Flappy Bird or whatever? But, like, you know, it wouldn't have... Like, not everyone in the world is super stupid. And, you know, Flappy Bird obviously had something going for it. Yeah, exactly. I also think, like, you know, the competition between... Because I remember in fucking high school, everyone's playing, like, Flappy Bird and Flappy Bird clones and whatever. And, like, comparing... You know, comparing skill levels and, like, sharing strategies and that kind of thing is, like, a part of the game experience as well. But you see, my game is art. Those other games are as bad as drugs. To be fair, games are worse than drugs. Jesus, hello. We've been visited. Or is it Jesus? Jesus. Water question. I've been trying to move UE water plugin rivers in real time using spline points. I can with normal splines and planes, but they lack buoyancy and the other features. Yeah. Yeah. Unreal Engine water plugin. If you were here the last hour and heard my rant about Unreal team making a plugin or making a module and then never finishing it to instead appease, you know, investors and shit. And like big industry. Big industry. Yeah, you'll know that I just don't. I don't know. Yeah. All of the Unreal Engine native plugins are great until you need to do something that Fortnite doesn't do. And then you're pretty much fucked, and you gotta build something from scratch. So yeah, like the water plugin, super cool. It's got like some built-in buoyancy stuff. It's got like some cool shaders and whatnot. But as soon as you like, you know, need to move the rivers around at runtime, it just doesn't support that, I guess. But yeah. That literally steals money as opposed to something that steals time, which is more valuable to you. You can be manipulated into spending time on something, just like how you can be manipulated into spending money on something. I think there's a difference between being manipulated into spending time on something, aka social media, versus having fun and wanting to continue having fun. Whether that's like... Here's a little tangent about subjectivity and the value of an experience. Trash anime. Trash fantasy anime. That's all. It's so good. It's so bad and generic that it becomes good. And you know what I mean? Talking about people who keep doing shit they don't enjoy, which is very common. I mean, yeah, I guess like when you look at games like a lot of like, you know, MMOs and whatnot will use manipulation and blah blah blah. You know, daily things, but I think something as simple as like, you know, Balatro or Vampire Survivors or what's the one, Luck Be a Landlord? Is that the Yeah. This game's fucking sick. This game, it's like, it's a slot machine strategy roguelite. It is so good. So good. So good. But I think with video games and video game addiction, I don't know, there's a kind of there's a balance of responsibilities. I think that, like, yeah, intentionally manipulating people, you know, using psychological trends and blah 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 isn't great, but at the same time people have a responsibility to be aware that, you know, or to have control over their own lives and their own actions, own habits, own, you know, own stuff. Rolling everything. Yeah, exactly. Ripping sticks. Ever thought about having an addiction to Latinas with... I don't even want to finish that. Why is YouTube chat so weird? Why is YouTube chat always so weird? Was that just so that I'd like look at your other questions above? Sorry. What would be the simplest possible water material to make? Assuming you're going for very low poly / pixel textures and water just need to look like water. I would get sorry, let me just remove that message real quick. I would just get 2 normal maps, maybe 3, and just pan them in different directions. And that is... what a terrible day to have eyes. Yeah, I would just get 2 normal maps and pan them over one another, and then that will kind of just make some interference patterns. That's kind of the go-to for water materials. If you needed some animation to it, you could use just a simple sine wave WPO thingamajig. What a message. What a message. It was effective though. Look, I'll give you that. Any thoughts on common UI? It's crazy to me that a modern game engine doesn't support gamepads unless you use this forever in beta buggy plugin 2025. I don't know. I haven't used common UI. I'm a very minimal UI person. But, yeah. I don't want to look at that message. Hold on. I can refresh the... It's gone now. It's gone now. Maybe one more. There you go. There we go. Classic YouTube chat. Anyway, I said like an hour or 2 ago that I was gonna raid Kindred. We're gonna raid Kindred. Using RVT for water, how would you handle the mesh overlap if you wanted to support underwater in the future? Mesh overlap. I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Token. Which mesh overlapping? Do you mean the water mesh overlapping with itself? Or do you mean the water overlapping with the you know, with the land? All right, let's get the raid going. Where is the Kindred games? Nice. What are other meshes like river to water, etc.? Because the mesh will go under and render twice. Ah, right. The way that I would do it is if you have an RVT that you're drawing the height of the water to, because of the height RVT is... it takes the maximal height, you could try masking out anything underneath the water surface. Obviously, before you do the WPO and whatnot. That way, if you've got like a river going into a lake, and the river kind of intersects into the lake, it would cut this part off. You know, like, it would cut these parts off entirely. There might be like a tiny bit of extra stuff, but if you're using the single layer water rendering, then you won't really see it because it does its own depth pass and, you know, blah, blah, blah. Are RVTs crazy expensive? No, RVTs are super cheap. As long as you use them correctly. They can be pretty memory, you know, big in memory if you're not careful, but RVTs are like giga cheap in terms of like performance. They can add a bit of shader complexity if you're not careful, but otherwise, yeah, they're like fucking hella good. You can check out my RVTs video that I uploaded 2 weeks ago about how to use them and whatnot. And that video goes over like how to not make them expensive or how to, you know, use them as intended. Heading from making a given triangle with shaders to creating the Atlantic Sea. Magic. Anyway, we're wrapping up. I want to eat some gyozas. I'm going to have gyoza. Oh, actually, it's nearly breakfast time. Maybe I'll have like hummus. Toast with hummus. And fried chickpeas and egg and kale. That sounds lit. What if you're updating them constantly like I assume you're doing? If you are updating them constantly, then it becomes a nightmare. But what I'm doing is having static data. So the shoreline gradient, that gets drawn to an RVT. And then the water shader uses that gradient to generate the waves. So the RVT is completely static. It's just supplying kind of the basis, the foundation for the shader to work, and also the Niagara particles to work, and also the... It kind of runs in parallel with the buoyancy. So, yeah. Anyway, we raid. We fade. We eat the food. Goodbye. And to all the YouTubes, thank you very much for watching on YouTube. Thanks for not being super weird. But, I was supposed to do a video tonight, but I forgot. So hopefully I do it tonight. So look